Greetings, chess players. My name is Chris Torres. This is Daily Chess Musings, streaming to you live from Northern California, where we are going to be watching the third of this fantastic trilogy of top-notch chess taking place in San Jose, California. Tonight, a full new tournament starts. Another 9-round. It's a 10-player round robin. By now, you know the drill. Let me tell you about some of the players we're going to be seeing. Again, we're going to see Josiah Stearman. We're going to see Leonid Udison. So I am Josiah Stearman, Grandmaster Leonid Udison. Let me see if I pull it up on my blog. Did I remember to put a new, let me see. It's easier if you're looking at the pictures too, I'm talking, I think. And let me switch to my browser window real fast. Here we go. Let's see. Let me go to my blog. I think I did. Why don't I see my... Oh, there's my blog. It moved on me. I've been doing so many changes to the website. Oh, yeah. We'll talk about it later on tonight, but we're going to have an Eid Foundation Spring Scholastic Chess Classic coming up May 8th. You'll want to watch that. But no, it doesn't look like I have the third picture up yet. Actually, there it is. I do have the third picture up. Why does it say the second still, though? I need to see. It says the second Mission 360 Bay Area GM. This is actually the third. This is the third. Looks like I got mixed up with my image and the attributing the wrong image. I'll fix that. All right, so we've got Grandmaster Gabor Nege, Grandmaster Leonid Udison, Grandmaster David Berkses coming to town all the way from Hungary. FIDE Master Eric Lee will once again be playing. International Master Josiah Stearman. I am Michael Lee. I'm not Michael Lee. He is. International Master Vyam Vidyarthi. FIDE Master Maria Malika. FIDE Master Austin May. And FIDE Master Ming Lu. So once again, a top-notch field. And let me show it to you once again. The reason these are happening, the reason these tournaments are happening is because of mission360foryou.org. Mission360foru.org. I'm there right now. And when you look at who they are, we've got these young pioneering chess players and organizers. FIDE Master Kevin Pan, FIDE Master Eric Lee, and board member and advisor International Master Josiah Stearman. Together, they have put these three tournaments on, and it's amazing. It's an amazing feat what they've done. We now have top-notch chess happening in Northern California. We got knocked for a loop like everybody else during the early days of the pandemic, but we are roaring back to life here in Northern California. Yeah, I cannot say how much I am proud and appreciate these young gentlemen and their hard work. Kevin Pan, again, FIDE Master, he's 16 years old. FIDE Master Eric Lee, I believe he's 14. And Josiah Stearman, I believe he's 20 and graduating Cal. With a BA in Applied Math. That's not an easy major. That is not an easy major. And he's just got his IM title officially this past year, and now he's already working on his Grandmaster title. Amazing stuff. All right, now I'm going to switch back to my regular view. Now that I've given my shout outs, we'll do that a lot. I'm waiting for round one action to start. Round one action to start. For those of you new to the broadcast, what we do here is, since I am the Cal Chess Journal editor, I'd be watching these games anyways. It's part of my job. It's part of my duties. But I figure as long as I'm watching these games, I might as well broadcast them so we have a wider audience understanding how awesome we are here in Northern California when it comes to chess stuff. Yeah, I've really been enjoying the experience. So this scheduled event, it runs at a slightly different schedule. So tomorrow morning I'll be back for another round, I think. But I won't be here the Thursday evening round. And then this weekend I'm actually going to Santa Clara to do some game analysis live in person at the official scores table at the Cal Chess Super States. For K to 8, so kindergarten through 8th grades. That's happening this coming weekend in Santa Clara, California. I will be posting lots of photos, maybe a couple videos even, to the Daily Chess Musings website. In fact, let me show you what I'm talking about. So while we're waiting for action to get started, I'll switch back to my browser window. I'm getting better at that. Now, Mission 360 is awesome. It's a brand new nonprofit, but they would not be nearly as effective without the support of Bay Area Chess, the biggest chess affiliate, most active chess affiliate west of the Mississippi. And check it out. Here's their calendar. So we're watching tonight. See the Bay Area Mission 360 GM-IM Norm Tournament number 3. But this is what I was talking about. This weekend, I'm going to be at the 2022 Cal Chess Super State Championship for K to 6, K to 8. I'm going to be doing that all weekend. So I won't be able to broadcast as many of the rounds, but hopefully we can get, what I'm hoping is David Pruis and Jim Eade do some rounds. Two other local guys who were doing broadcast during the first and second of this trilogy of tournaments. So hopefully we can get them. I would like to get all the rounds broadcast live just to raise awareness about how awesome this project is. So there's Bay Area Chess. Check it out. If you ever want to come to Northern California, you can come here and have a chess vacation. We are so busy. We are so vibrant with chess activities. Come here, have a chess vacation. Shoot me an email, dailychessmusings@gmail.com, and maybe we even meet up. Any of the people that chat with me, Twitch, YouTube, all this kind of stuff. I've talked a little bit about daily. Well, actually, let me show you Cal Chess real fast. So our Northern California affiliate is Cal Chess. And this is the official affiliate for the U.S. Chess Federation. We kick some major behind in Northern California. I mean, teams from Cal Chess are champions of champions, right? We've got all this talent. Not only do we have all this talent, I mean, we've got these great universities that attract talent. All these companies in Silicon Valley attract talent. But we also are just constantly running tournaments and big events. And the reason a lot of that happens is because of this man right here, Cal Chess President Tom Langland, the busiest guy in California, hands down. Just the busiest guy in California chess, hands down. My thanks and admiration to Tom. He is our FIDE arbiter tonight. He checks in on the Twitch, on my broadcasts occasionally, and lets me know if there's something going wrong. He'll send me texts or give me some talking points for the videos. He's just a super guy. Super arbiter Tom Langland. And then let me show you what we got cooking over at Daily Chess Musings. So this is Chris Torres' Daily Chess Musings. My motto is all those who want to learn chess are welcome here. So if you want to learn chess, you want to get better, you enjoy chess, come. You'll find thousands of chess lessons, chess studies, chess problems, chess videos, chess events. We are packed. I upgraded my blog after I got sick early in the pandemic, and it's turned into a community. As I like to say, it's more than a web page. It's more than a chess club on chess.com, but it's a very nice chess club on chess.com. Go check out the Daily Chess Museum's chess club on chess.com. It's more than a YouTube channel, though it's a very nice YouTube channel. It's more than all these things combined. It's really a community of like-minded, cool people who enjoy learning about chess together. And when it comes to chess, we're never done learning. All right, so let me see. We have 5 viewers. Welcome to the broadcast, the early birds. I'm sure our numbers will get up as action gets going. Here we are. Action is underway. How exciting. All right. So, let's see. What do I want to look at? Let's just start with, let's start in the beginning. Okay? How about that? What do we got here? We've got Kirk Gazarian. FIDE Master Kirk Gazarian. I didn't mention his name earlier, but he's playing. I'll have to do some homework, find out. I think when I was throwing together the broadcast, I got a little mixed up with names and things. I'll have to find out who Kirk is. I do not know Kirk. Versus Austin May, who we do know. We are quite familiar with Austin May. Oh, good. The board's showing up just fine. All right, so let's take a look. E4, E5. Interesting. Okay, knight C3. So a Vienna game. A Vienna is when you bring the knight to C3 instead of the more usual knight to F3. It leads to some sharp stuff. You can play knight C3 and then F4. The Vienna gambit. It's like a king's gambit with an extra knight developed already. Let's see what happens. Knight F6. And then D4. Wow. So this is swashbuckling right off the bat. No, don't talk about your, let's not have any inappropriate chat. I'm denying that right away. Nice try. So D4 is played. So we've got some early pawn tension here between the E and D pawns. White's taking a bigger chunk in the middle. Then EX D4. So is White going to take back with their queen? We should expect so. Otherwise, you got to move your knight again. You don't want to do that. You'd rather develop a piece. But now your queen is an easy target, maybe, for a knight on C6. So is Black going to play knight C6? They do. So Black gets their second piece developed, and White steps back 1 square. Interesting. I don't know so much about this line. So I'm going to be watching and learning with you guys. This is going to be an exciting... the center is already partially open, and we're only 5 moves in. Black has 2 pieces developed. White has 2 pieces developed. White has a pawn in the center, but now Black gets a 3rd piece developed. So we've got some neat imbalances. Bishop b4, pinning the knight to the king. Bishop d2 says no thank you to the pin. Black castles. Is White going to castle queenside? They do! This is going to be some action. We've got a semi-open structure, meaning already 2 of the pawns in the middle of the board have been exchanged, and opposite side castling. Rook e8. So Black gets a 4th piece into the game, putting pressure on e4. And White plays knight g to e2. So don't be surprised if we see pawn storms going down opposite sides of the board in this one. This is going to be an exciting game. Let's see what's going on in game 2. Game number 2. C4, we've got ourselves in English, and then E6. Nope, D4. So White takes full 2 center pawns, does not play a knight move. I don't know why I was about to say knight F3, silly Chris. Is black going to play d5 on the next move? Nope. So black's kind of going, maybe this is going to transpose into like a normal Indian game rather than an English opening. Knight c3. Bishop b4. We've got ourselves a, what is this, a Nimzo Indian, I believe? Yeah, when the bishop comes out this way. f3 against this Nimzo structure. So f3 is obviously taking some squares away from black's knight, now that the knight on c3 is pinned, but also maybe preparing a big pawn push to e4. All right, so a3, question to the bishop. Bishop moves back. Okay, and this is exciting because this bishop is actually influencing g3, which means there's potential for this kind of zigzag check thing. And pawn to g3 is not going to stop it. So there's potential for a queen h4 kind of attack here, taking advantage of the f-pawn moving early. And this is where we're at. So two really exciting starts. We've seen a lot of good fighting chess thus far, and it seems like Tournament 3 is starting off that way as well. All right, so we've got, boy, yeah, I really had the wrong players and faces and when I was doing the preliminary comments, because we've got Ruiz, Castillo, Grandmaster Joshua Daniel Ruiz Castillo, and I believe he's from Colombia. Let's see. Yep, I was right, Colombia, versus International Master Balaji Dagupati. You probably remember Balaji from the first tournament. We got to see a lot of good chess from him. Let's see what's happening here. e4, c5, Sicilian, then e6, d4, okay. Early knight b5. Is black going to play bishop b4? I think that's popular here. No, bishop c5. I'm trying to remember my my line on what do I know about this line? Way too much, way too much. But I'll get back to that in a moment. I don't want to get too deep into opening analysis. But yeah, we've got ourselves a volatile Sicilian opening to start with. Again, let me correct, Joshua Daniel Ruiz Castillo versus Balaji Dagupati. Let's go on to board 4. Or not. We've only got 3 games going thus far. I'm sure the other games will start as well. I'm sure they will. So the other games that we're waiting for would be... wait a second. Yeah. I don't know the other games. They aren't listed yet. They're not listed. Let me see. Let me see if I can scroll down a little bit and see a little more. So far, I only see 6 players. That could be a problem at the site with a player or 2 showing up late. Bay Area traffic can be a little bit tricky, as you know, if you live here. So what I want to do right now is, let me see if my slideshow has the right players. It does. There's Joshua. Okay, so I did the slideshow correct. I just messed up on the blog, that's all. So my blog post a little messed up, my broadcast going well. So if Leonid Yudison is indeed playing again, we won't see his game tonight because he strictly follows Jewish law. Bryce Teaglon! How could we forget about Bryce Teaglon? He's going to be playing too. This is going to be exciting. Any Bryce Teaglon fans in the house tonight? I hope so. David Berksey should have some fans. I mean, these are known chess players. It's so exciting to see so many players of this caliber coming and testing themselves against the young talent in Northern California. So this, first of all, this Vienna game is sharp. Let's see. Let us see. All right, so getting back to where we were when we started, the d4 move. I'm a little unfamiliar with that, but obviously it created early tension and exchanged some pawns in the center, and then allows black to develop with a threat and develop with a pin. Castle on opposite sides, nice. Attacking e4. And now the knight, black's knight moves a second time, but threatening white's queen. So white moves their queen. Kirk, let me get his name right. Kirk Gazarian moves his queen to the same file as his opponent's king, which is important because of things like, pins and whatnot. Plus, he's already got a rook in the same file as his opponent's queen. So two good things for Kirk right now. But as I said, this is going to be a very, very volatile game. Let's see what's happening on the second board. White has gotten a lot of central space by occupation here. So this was starting out as a Nimzo Indian, and then the pawn to e4. A lot of early tension. Look at all the tension here. So much interesting stuff. Oops, that's not part of the tension. That's a misclick. So much interesting stuff could develop with all this tension between all these pawns, right? So this should be very exciting. And right now, white has one extra little thing up their sleeve, and that is a possible fork of the bishop and knight due to their arrangement here. So a little pawn fork. Hey, Uncle Kev Dog, I'm excited as well. I am. These are Uncle Kev Dog. These are not your grandfather's chess openings. This is some crazy stuff early. And then we've got ourselves back at the Sicilian. And any Sicilian players in the house tonight? Any Sicilian players? I wouldn't be surprised if there was, because it's a good opening. You get to, in a lot of the lines, you get to trade off a non-center pawn for a center pawn, right? That's already good. That's already something to write home about. And let's see. For those of you just joining, let me recap the starting moves here. This is where we're at. So white's already got a knight on black's side of the board. Very, very early. And for those of you just joining, this is live chess from San Jose, California. Top-notch chess. We've got ourselves a bunch of international players of very high stature coming and visiting the Bay Area, so that our young talent here, or really anybody, can get their shot if they want it at earning those FIDE titles, those World Chess Organization titles. So I wanna make my prediction. Let's start making my predictions. I'm guessing bishop f4, because that's why this knight's here, right? You get a bishop on f4, and then you're controlling both d6 and c7. So I think white's going to play bishop f4. It seems like just the natural move to play, yet he's using a fair amount of time on it. I suppose there is also the possibility of a knight d6 check. Bishop takes and then queen takes. That's also a possibility, right? So, but you know what? I think bishop f4 seems most exciting. And I have seen quite a few famous games that follow this line. So hopefully we get to see that. And let's see. Back here, we still got all this crazy tension in the center. And over here, let's see if we have any extra games yet. Nope, no game 4 yet. So we'll just look at 3 games for now. That's fine with me. We've got 3 very exciting games. I wonder what black would do here. This is a I kind of black's got some. I'm a little worried about all this stuff, right? I'm a little worried about all of this. So as black, I might be tempted to like play knight h5. I might be tempted to attack this queen again, and then where would the queen go? This is a little dangerous because of the bishop, right? I mean, yeah, attack the queen again. Knight h5. That's going to be my prediction there. And we'll see. If you want to make a prediction, go right ahead. Let me know. Still waiting on the early tension here. We'll keep it right here with the exciting Vienna. So, Uncle Cavdog, how are things going, my friend? Are you having a good week thus far? By the way, if you want to say hi in the chat, it is more than encouraged. Go ahead and do so. Just keep it clean. This is a family program. A family program. I'm answering a couple messages right now from students who wish to remain anonymous, but are checking out the broadcast. That's good. Glad they're getting some extra homework done tonight. Homework in chess. A lot of people are getting on to spring break, including my own kids. So when I go to Santa Clara, it's going to be like a little mini vacation for us. We'll stay at the same hotel we usually do. And yeah, should be a fun weekend. Meeting and inspiring a bunch of young people. It's your day off? Cool. You just woke up from a long, much needed nap. Yeah, I don't really take days off in chess because I'm just lucky enough to do what I love. And lucky enough to be, like a fly on the wall for this kind of tournament. So if you're curious about, like variations and whatnot, because I know a lot of people are, I believe this is like the French Sicilian is what they call it. It's because it's like a French defense with e6, right? So you can remember that. But right here, I think we're into 4 knights Sicilian territory. And then when we get over here, this is known, I believe, is like the Cobra variation. The Cobra variation. A lot of Sicilian things have variations have some exciting names, right? The Grand, well, let's see, the Dragon, of course. Yeah, the Grand Prix, the Cobra, right? Bunch of exciting names. So, I'm trying to remember. Oddly enough, I think a long time ago, a friend of mine named Emery Tate told me a little bit about this, because he was his son was a kickboxer. He was a martial artist, and his son goes with the Cobra moniker, and the Cobra is just kind of a neat name. And I remember him showing me a famous game. I wish I could remember who the players were. The whole lesson might come back to me. I wish it would. I wish I would have videotaped all these lessons. Unfortunately, Emery Tate's no longer with us. But I think Bishop C7 is a possibility here, and then Queen E7. But is that really a concession? Is that really a concession of any kind? I don't think so. There's this knight to c7, and then you're threatening the rook, and if the rook moves, it's moving back onto the diagonal of the bishop. I gotta remember in my memory banks what I learned about the Cobra variation. It's not one that I play, but it certainly is some good, exciting chess to kick things off. As is the Vienna that we're seeing on board 1. Up, and then let's see what's happening here. Remember all that tension in the center? Well, some of that's getting clarified. Some of that is getting clarified. So either this knight moves or the queen takes, but if the queen takes, then nope, the knight can't come out and attack because you've got a pawn way up there. Aha! So I'm going to go, normally like when you recapture with a queen on d4, it means your opponent can gain time against you. But see, white's got, why do I keep drawing that extra arrow? White's got this pawn right here, which controls that square. So queen takes d4 looks fine. Looks fine. Looks more than fine. Looks to be expected. Yep. 3 games underway tonight. Could be a problem with the technology on the other boards. Here we are in this Cobra variation. Yeah, for some reason, I think the knight c7 was like a mistake. I want to say it looks like the right move. Oops, there I go again. It looks like the right move, but I think it is, in fact, inaccurate. It looks like a good move, but is inaccurate. What was the... Oh, I think it's because maybe it's something to do with, like, e5. Like I said, some of my knowledge on that might come back. So if I was playing white, I wouldn't play knight c7 because of the fact that something in my memory, something I've seen before tells me it's not so hot. Bishop c7 I remember as the main option, even though it doesn't look like it does very much at all. What other options do we have? Well, stuff worth considering. You could always move your queen forward, and this way your queen and bishop are coordinated, and you could castle queen side. So I'm going to go, that's going to be my prediction, queen d2. Because I think there's something wrong with knight c7. Bishop c7 doesn't seem to do much. Well, actually, you know what, silly Chris, you gotta go ahead a little bit, because if the queen goes there, then hang on, then if it goes there, wait, what am I thinking here? Bishop c7, queen e7, bishop d6, bishop takes d6, queen takes d6. Draw another arrow, then the queen goes to d6. That's interesting. There could be a lot of action on d6 very soon, very soon. And it starts with bishop c7. Let me erase some of these arrows anyways. So the idea of bishop c7, I'm starting to remember things now. The idea of bishop c7 is then when queen goes to e7, you can play bishop back, forking the queen and the bishop there, forcing an exchange. So then bishop takes d6, and then bishop takes d6, queen takes d6, and it looks like we're seeing that. So let me go ahead and say bishop takes d6, bishop takes d6, and now queen takes d6. This is known stuff. Known stuff. Exciting. This knight on b5, I mean, it exerts a lot of extra pressure on these two squares, but it's also kind of misplaced. It's further away from your opponent's king than it would like to be, and it's blocking your own bishop. So you may get some early action from it, but later on, it could prove to be in the wrong spot, the wrong area of the board. You got to be careful with those kinds of things. You must be careful with those kind of things. Any other viewers want to say hi? Uncle Kevdog said hi. Thank you for the follow, IMF Pawn. I see that you followed me yesterday. Maybe you're watching now. That would be cool. I would be honored. F-Pawn, the great Michael Eigner, yeah, my first chess coach. First guy I paid money to learn more about chess, and he did a good job. By way of the fact that I am still involved in chess. He kept my passion and showed me some neat things. And he then became a master, national master, and he's taught a lot of people in the Northern California region. In fact, he took a group that I started at a school in Argonaut in Saratoga, California. They got a little older and a little better, and I said, hey, you should be maybe learning with Michael Eigner. And he led them to a high school championship when they were at Saratoga High. So yeah, they did. Michael's a good coach. And a fun guy to watch play chess. Okay. But maybe he's not in because he's not saying hi. He might know more about this this line that we're watching. The Cobra variation. The Cobra variation. So everything has happened the way we kind of thought it might with this Cobra variation. Everything that I had predicted has come to pass, but it took me a little while, right? It took me a little while to remember. But yeah, most of the good stuff I know about chess is something somebody else is. In fact, everything is, right? Because all the famous games I've studied and this and that. So let's say maybe White's going to castle queenside now. Maybe. Let's give another prediction. Let's see what's happening here. This one's getting interesting. Check and then interposing, but remember, see, this is under pressure, so you need to play check, capture with check, otherwise you could end up losing a piece. So bishop takes d7 will be played here, and then we're still waiting to see if knight h5 is played. Austin May's a little nervous about what Kirk Gazarian is using here. This was a fun game too. Honestly, I think the openings that we're seeing tonight are the funnest assortment of openings thus far. So the third leg of this tournament is off to a great start. And we have, slightly less viewers. I noticed I'll have to drop the team at chess.com a polite email, let them know, hey, this tournament's actually still going. I think there was some confusion because we were doing 3 in a row, so they thought it was a past event. But it is live. This is live chess right now. I am sitting here live and watching with you guys right now. How fun. My name is Chris Torres. This is Daily Chess Musings live coverage of the Mission 360 Bay Area Chess GMIM Norm Tournament number 3, live from San Jose, California. This is round 1. New players. Okay, so we're expecting that. And then I'm expecting cast. So I've made my predictions on all 3 boards. I've made my predictions on all 3. All 3. Usually we would have 4. So we're missing 1 board. Missing 1 board. And that you know, if there is, you know, I can find out during one of the breaks. But for example, if for some reason a player didn't show up, then that puts all the other players at risk of then not being able to get their norms. In fact, they wouldn't be able to. So that would be a real bummer, to say the least. That's why these things are so hard to pull off. So, those of you watching, what was your favorite round from the last tournament? I'm really kind of torn. I really liked, what was it, round 6? Had all that thrilling excitement. I think round 6 was perhaps my favorite. Have you seen any chess that, there's knight h5. Okay, so the question is, where do you put this queen? I'm guessing Kirk Gazarian knows this line, which is why he got into it. I don't know what the answer is on this. I don't know. Queen h3 might seem like a simple move, but it's really not, because you're putting the queen on the diagonal of that bishop on c8. So thereby, there could be a discovered attack real easy on your queen. And that's kind of unpleasant. This is kind of why we're taught not to bring the queen out too early, right? It can get chased around. Don't bring your queen out too early. Minor pieces can kick it around. In fact, he does go queen e3, and I kind of expect maybe black's going to play... Well, I mean, they could see if he wants a draw. Hey, I'm doing good, Arcane. How are you doing? Nice to have you back on board. So here's a path to a silly draw. Knight f6, queen g3, knight back to h5, queen back to e3, right? And there's a silly path to a draw. If you don't want the draw, you play pawn d6 here. If you're okay with a draw, and maybe you find out, I don't think white necessarily wants a draw, otherwise they wouldn't have played such a eventful opening, to say the least. How are you doing, Arcane? I am doing good. We've also got Uncle Kev Dog back in the house. And we are watching the kickoff of the 3rd of this trilogy of tournaments. Can you believe 3 of these in a row? That's amazing. Northern California is rocking. We are rocking the house, the FIDE house. This weekend we're going to be rocking the Scholastic Chess House. So Arcane Doctrine, we're seeing some exciting chess. We got ourselves a Vienna game. And just look at black's pieces right now. All of them are kind of positioned around the board as targets. But white's queen's out early and being targeted itself. Then we've got fun stuff in a Nimzo Indian. And finally, and who doesn't like a Nimzo Indian? I mean, if you don't like a Nimzo Indian, maybe I don't know. Then we've got ourselves a Cobra variation in the Sicilian. This is interesting. So this knight is out here on b5 very early, and is putting extra pressure on c7, d6, setting up some extra tactical opportunities. But later on, we expect it to be in the wrong spot. Shouldn't black be advancing those pawns? Which ones? Here on this one? In board 3? Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure they will be very soon, but it's white's move, so I'm expecting white to castle. Queenside, and then black's going to be able to advance pawns against pieces. But they have to be careful how they do it. I know there's some poison. There's some venom in the Cobra variation. I know it. I just don't know it. Maybe I'll remember as we go, which I've been slowly doing. But I have been taught some of the venom. It's just not a line I play. But it was something I paid attention to that I thought was kind of neat. Little did I know that, like, I don't know, 8 years later, I'd be live broadcasting an event and get to see it. So I'm expecting white to castle queenside, and then as Arcane Doctrine said, black's going to start advancing pawns against this knight, gaining time on the pawn storm. So maybe you don't castle. I'm a little scared now. I'm undoing my prediction. I'm a little scared to castle because this knight is a target to speed up these pawns moving down the board. It's so committing, to put a knight like this, to move this knight all the way from g1 to b5 in the open. It takes a lot of moves, and it's blocking the path for the bishop and the other knight to that square. So it's heavy committal. I'm not saying I don't like white's position. I think I know there's a lot of poison in this line, but we're going to find out if Balaji knows it. Generally, it's better to castle as soon as possible. And right here, white can castle queenside, which when you castle on opposite sides, then you have pawn storms. So black's pawns want to move this way, white's pawns want to move this way, right? And it's a race to disrupt the pawn shield in front of the opposing king. When your king is on c1, it's not touching a2, so it's a little bit weaker than if you castle kingside, because here the king is touching all 3 pawns. But yeah, sometimes it's way better to castle queenside. And castling on opposite sides oftentimes leads, especially when it's a semi-open game like we're seeing here, because then it could be long bishop diagonals as well with these pawn storms. It could get really exciting and really hard to predict. And we've got queen takes d4 was played. There is no knight c6 here because white has a pawn there. So if this pawn is your main problem, stopping you from doing something, it's worth considering possibly taking. Because not with your knight, no, with the pawn. Come on now, yeah. So if you take with the pawn, then potentially you can bring your knight there immediately and threaten white's queen. So, but I have to calculate a lot more on this one. I have not been calculating, and I don't know. I should know this one, but I don't. I should know this flavor of the Nimzo Indian, but I do not. There's some interesting things happening too. Possibilities for, pawn forks. A lot of stuff worthy of considering. We'll see how it goes. And if everything makes sense. I started playing at a young age, maybe, well, not these days young, but maybe when I was about 10 years old. Seems about right. 9 or 10, I think. And when I was in college, I just really started taking it seriously. Instead of going to class, I was playing chess every which way. And then, yeah, I had an opportunity to work. I've had many opportunities to work, in Silicon Valley. And it usually comes down to, how happy would I be in that lifestyle versus this. I'm very passionate about chess. And so, yeah, I've been teaching chess and working in the scholastic community in Northern California, in the Bay Area, especially in the East Bay, the Fremont area, for almost 25 years. It's a long time. It's a big chunk of time. Long enough to see players grow up. Little people that were super talented turn into grandmasters or neurosurgeons or whatever the case might be. Let's see. Chess players are neat too. We make a lot of unique friendships. And I enjoy watching the kids who've grown up into young adults graduate college and still be friends with the people that they used to hang out with at the chess tournaments when they were 10. It's cool. Yeah, I've always had a passion for chess. It's awesome. What's not to like? It's the best game ever. Quite literally, the best game ever. The more you learn about it, the more exciting it gets. Hi, nice to meet you. Hello, IB the King. Thank you for joining us tonight. You're an investment banker at Morgan Stanley. Yeah, this is what I mean, right? So we might, on a given night at any particular chess club, you might meet an investment banker from Morgan Stanley, and that person might be playing a cabinet maker or an auto mechanic, or you don't know, and that person might be playing a aerospace engineer. I mean, it is. And then that another person might be playing like a little kid, and they think, oh, I have it easy, and then it's crazy. No. We need to not be talking about that kind of stuff. Knock it off. Let me see how I do stuff. Let me see. We do not. Okay, we're gonna put you on a time out. Yep, you are on timeout, my friend. That is not appropriate for a chess conversation. And let me see if I can delete that last one. Let me see. I don't want to reply. I put you on timeout. How are you still talking? Yeah, go ahead, Arcane Doctrine, if you know how. I'm new to... Okay, yeah, go ahead and ban him. I think he's up to no good. I think he's up to no good. We gotta make you like a... You would have to mod me. Okay, how do I do that? Do I click on your name? Arcane Doctrine. And let's see, click to learn more. Manage suspicious user. Ooh, I can manage a suspicious user. Let's see. No. Oh, I think I've seen something though. By trying to mod you, Arcane Doctrine, I've... Okay, I'm gonna mod Arcane Doctrine and let you handle it, alright? Because you seem like you know what you're doing, so please get rid of the dirty message. Um, and arcane doctrine. And did I mod you? Did I do that right? Type /mod arcane doctrine. Yeah, I did. Cool. You are now. Thank you. You are now a mod. Congratulations, Arcane Doctrine. You are our first mod. That's quite a distinction. If we end up big time, you'll have that distinction. Thank you so much. Yeah, nobody cares how much money he's making or what he's, sort of debauchery he's spending that money on. That's not why we're here. And I do have okay, yeah, well, you take care of that, and I will, I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna find, like, all these Twitch commands. Let me make a note to myself. I'm gonna make myself, like, a little thing of a whole bunch of Twitch commands in this way. Yeah, I'll have a little sideboard of Twitch commands until I get used to it. All right, let's see what you should learn how to do raids. Yeah, that's what people are telling me. I should learn how to do a lot of stuff. Yeah, like I said, I'm new to Twitch. I'm learning. I wouldn't say I'm a fast learner, but I am a good learner. I will figure it out. What happened in our Cobra? Let's see. Let's go back a little bit. We were distracted by nonsense. Oh, they did Castle Queenside, and check this out, Arcane. We have a Pawn Storm initiated. When you end a stream, /raid name of user to send your... Ooh, that's useful. That is useful. We'll have to do that when we end tonight. The Pawn Storm has started against the target knight, so Black's Pawn Storm is going to get rolling before White's. Their castle on opposite side, and A6 has already been played. Yeah, that sounds like a nice thing to do. I'm all for, I'm big on sharing success. If we get a big number of people, then if we end up with, like, 1,000-something viewers again tonight, or even a couple hundred, yeah, send them somebody else's way when we're done. Seems like a good deal. Never mind me, I have like an allergy itch in my throat. Oh, where are my Tic Tacs? Oh no, there they are. Tic Tacs. Just the regular mint. One time I was at a running late for a lesson. I didn't have any Tic Tacs at a student's house, and I tried, I forget what flavor. It might have been like the Coke or something, right? A different kind of flavor. I played horrible chess. So only the original. The green ones are okay too. Also the candy cane ones, but yeah, the original's the best. 3 boards of top-notch chess live from... And let's see what happened here. So, hang on. So what I was saying was this knight to, kick the queen again. Queen goes back. And then, oh, d5. This is aggressive. Very aggressive. Maybe, maybe too aggressive. We'll find out, because check it out. There's a rook in the file with the queen still, right? So I don't know that you want to be trying to open this up, especially with your pieces like willy-nilly all spread out as targets. It's an aggressive move. I mean, you could get a lot of the same benefit by just scooting it forward 1 square. Same benefit, meaning opening up a line for your bishop, stuff like this, right? 2 squares. That's very brave. Do I use Chessable? I do not. I have heard it. I do not use it. There's a lot of really cool products out there. And since I am a partner streamer with chess.com, I use chess.com tools. Although a lot of times I don't like to run the analysis while I'm doing when I'm explaining moves and stuff, because otherwise I could just start reading lines and stuff, and I need to make sure that the moves that are making sense, right? It's not about, calculations. It's about moves that follow a rationale. Still wondering what we are going to see here. Black has plenty of options. So I'm not even going to make a prediction here. There's just too many options for black at this juncture. And then back over here, you go back, knight d4. Hang on. So the knight gets chased away, the pawn storm has started, and then the knight goes, black's knight returns to, not returns to, what are you saying, Chris? It's never been there. Goes to e7. But why? Why does it go to e7? This is a good question. Why knight e7? What am I not seeing? I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad move. I guess just to avoid the exchange of knights. But from e7, cannot go here, cannot go there. Can go to g6, and then from there can go to f4. And from f4, I'm just not quite seeing it now. We'll find out. We'll find out. Why was knight e7 played? Other than to just avoid a trade of knights, which seems like a minor reason to play it. Can I get rid of these arrows, please? Goodness gracious. I don't have all the answers. I think we'll find out just by watching the moves. We'll see what black's rationale was. We're waiting for an action here, and then this has potential to be, the funnest game of the evening. I think this one, the Cobra variation, it seems like black took the venom out and is starting to use, time gained against the knight to initiate an attack. But this is just wild stuff here. Wild, especially now with the d5. Center is going to completely open up. Black's got more force right now, but it's not very coordinated at all, to say the least. Let me show you the tournament slideshow so you can see what all the players look like. There's Austin May, Maria Malika, yeah, hopefully everybody showed up that was supposed to. Because still, we only have the 3 showing up, and then that almost makes sense when you figure that Leonid Udison doesn't have his games broadcast on the Sabbath, but then we're still missing 1 board completely. And I seem to have, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to click to the web browser, and we'll see. I'm going to go to the Mission 360 page, click on web browser, and let's go look. Here's the 3rd norm event. This is what we're watching. Alright, so Balaji, Leonid Udison we expect is in action, Joshua release. Kostya we have not seen. Somebody's playing Leonid, right? And Bryce Tiglon we aren't seeing. Yeah, we're missing a full board. 2 boards. 2 boards of action. But I don't feel very limited, I must say. Because it is, first we're seeing, a Vienna and a Cobra and an Imzo Indian. So it's like we're getting, it's a full course of chess. It's a full course of chess. Let me switch back to the chessboards. Here we go. Double check my windows still look good, and they do. All right. Still waiting for David Berkes to make his move against Eric Lee. Eric Lee has been very impressive in these tournaments, and he is also one of the organizers. Here's our Cobra variation with the unusual knight e7 idea. Eric Lee is 14. He is 14 years old. Amazing, huh? I mean, it's just absolutely amazing how brilliant, how talented, and then to just be on chess from a business perspective, to be able to do this kind of thing. That's super amazing. Let me put that tournament slideshow back on. Yeah, well, I mean, the fact that they've accomplished so much so early, and then they're applying that hard work ethic to other things now, like organizing these tournaments in this nonprofit. We have a time situation here as white. Joshua Daniel Ruiz Castillo has used a huge amount of time on this move. He is now down by a full hour. Down by a full hour. I wonder, he's probably a little concerned about this knight e7 as well. And the fact that Black has already started their pawn storm. Now, even if you get queen g3, I suppose this knight fits really nice right in the way, adding yet another barrier between the queen and king. But he's using a lot of time here. Makes me think that he's out of his knowledge base. And speaking of time, I think it is time for a commercial break. So I'm going to go ahead and play the commercials. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Tell your friends we've got top-notch chess happening live in Northern California. I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, "All those who want to learn chess are welcome here." Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific Time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musings free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simul's, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need something for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. It looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you gotta check out our wood sets and boards right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, Remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when I was in high school. I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE Futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the Eade Foundation? What's the Eade Foundation? The Eade Foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the Eade Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the Eade Foundation does. The Eade Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the Eade Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community.
Can you move your leg? Ding, ding, dong. Good job! High five!
The game of chess is a beautiful game because you get to be the king. You get to command an entire army of chess figures. You are in charge. In life, you may not get to make all the decisions yet. In chess, you get to make all the decisions. Greetings, chess players. My name is Chris Torres. This is Daily Chess Musings. We are broadcasting live from Northern California. The event's taking place down the road in San Jose, where we have top-notch chess. Chess by grandmasters, international masters, FIDE masters, masters of all kinds playing incredible chess in our backyard here in Northern California. While I'm talking about Northern California, let me show you real fast CalChess. Check it out. Tom Langland just said hi in the chat. There's Tom right there, the hardest working guy in Northern California. You want to know what I'm going to be doing this weekend, or anybody in chess, you go to the Bay Area Chess Calendar. The biggest affiliate west of the Mississippi River, always busy, always full of stuff. Come on a vacation to Northern California and you can play chess. You can play in several chess tournaments just in one weekend. And then Mission 360. Yeah, that was the real Tom Langland in chat. How cool is that? The guy we just talked about us. There's FIDE Master Kevin Pan. Doesn't even have his driver's license yet. He's 16. Maybe he has his driver's license. I don't know. I'll have to ask him. Then there's Eric Lee. Just started high school. Vice President Eric Lee. And Josiah Stearman finishing up at Cal a little bit early. He's only, age 20. And he's finishing up at Cal. So amazing, amazing stuff. And finally, it is Chris Torres and his daily chess musings. All those who want to learn chess are welcome here. And all those who want to learn about chess and just enjoy it are always welcome whenever I'm streaming. Okay, so now that we've done our shout outs to everybody, I am back. There we are. Here's our board. Yeah, Tom Langland is awesome for sure. Showing up. Should have asked Tom why we only see 3 boards. He's the guy who would have the answer. You can type that in chat. Tonight we only have 3 boards. He would know. Do they really have 5 going? I hope so. I hope that all that is happening the way it's supposed to be. I seem to have misplaced my phone, so in case somebody was trying to send me a message, I wouldn't be seeing it. Let me flip on to the tournament slideshow. So we've got Queen E3, D5, and then Queen D4. Wow. I'm going to have to really think about this one for a little bit. There's so much happening, so much potential in this position. The center is going to completely open up. And, my gut instincts are that white's pieces are coordinated a little bit better than black's are. But we've already seen how this queen's a target. Might black consider playing c5? Targeting the queen again. It seems to be on the agenda for Austin May. Then let's see, what do we got here? We were looking at I'm forgetting what I was thinking with this position. Let me get back. Just a little. Okay, so here's all the contention, all the excitement, the check, take, and leaves the tension alone for just a little bit. All this tension clearing the way to castle. So interesting. You know, if black were to take, then white's knight comes out and is a potential target. It's undefended up there. And that could be useful. And then you could come out and target white's queen. Because remember, once that pawn turned dark, then knight c6 is a possibility. So those would be the quick predictions. And then over here, over on board 3, so much excitement in this. Let me start it over again. So we had the Sicilian, the French Sicilian, transposing to 4 knights, and then we get into this cobra variation, right? And we're neck deep in the quicksand of the cobra variation, and g4 is played. A little bit of an aggressive g pawn, like a bayonet kind of attack. Whoa! Hang on. This g4 idea, this is something I didn't predict. Remember, and Ruiz Castillo used a lot of time. So he's saying, if you want to take this pawn, it's going to give me a semi-open file to attack your king on. You're going to be in a lot of danger. I didn't anticipate white's pawn storm starting with g4. And black ignores it and is moving their pawn storm closer to disruption of white's pawn shield. So this cobra variation, oh my goodness, and then g5. Who would have thought that white would be the first to get a pawn halfway across and threatening a knight? Wow. Knight goes to e8. Queen g3, placing the queen in the same file as your opponent's king. Very, very dangerous. If these pawns start exchanging, very dangerous. Is black going to play b4 and attack white's knight now? Wow. I'm getting a new appreciation for this variation. This is terribly exciting chess. Terribly exciting chess. So yeah, so Tom can't hear anything. But we said nice things about him. Interesting. Back to this board 1 and this Vienna thing. Austin May is let's look at the time considerations. So we've got Gazarian has an hour. Austin May has about half that. Then we've got pretty, only a 10-minute difference on board 2. And then on board 3, huge. And b4 was played. Exciting. Let me see if I catch my phone. I'll be right back. I'm going to leave it here. Because somebody, my students, and who knows? I think I left my phone out here. If you can find it and bring it to me, that would be super. Okay, I am back in front of the microphone. Left for a moment. Still did not find the phone, but I get a lot of important information during broadcasts, and we certainly wouldn't want to miss out on that. Where does this knight go? Well, not here, not there. Out there is a possibility, but then the queen would come. Knight e2, but then you're blocking your own bishop. Why is the front door opening? Nobody knows. Why does nobody know? Because this man has lost his phone. That's why. No big deal. What's going on, Ro? What are you guys going out front for?
Lily's confused. Where did you leave your phone?
That's, if I knew the answer to where I left my phone, then it wouldn't be missing. So I went on break during commercial break, and now I can't find it. So got the search party put together, searching for Coach Chris's phone. All right, let's see what do we got here. Okay, so c5 was played. As I said, Austin May has been attacking White's queen wherever she may go. Anywhere it roams, Austin May will attack it. And now the question is, what is the best? This is a very chaotic position. Now this bishop needs to get out soon. This is one thing we know. One thing we know is black should be getting their bishop out soon. Oh, it has been found. It has been found. And we're expecting bishop takes b5, knight takes b5, and then knight c6 here. So we'll keep it right here. This was the Nimzo Indian game. And it's starting to make a lot of sense to me. Nimzo Indians tend to as the game goes on. Whoa! We've got ourselves a lot of viewers all of a sudden. I'm not sure how that happened, but let me say hi. Hi. My name is Chris Torres. This is Daily Chess Musings. We are watching live chess of the top-notch variety out of San Jose, California. Right now, these games are being played. That's what the players look like. And this is what their moves look like. I'm expecting black to play bishop takes b5, then white takes back on b5, and then black brings a knight to c6, threatening white's queen. This is what I'm expecting. I feel pretty confident about this particular series of moves. Over here, we have some crazy things happening. Knight e2 was played. White didn't have very many options for the knight. This was a Cobra variation in the Sicilian Four Knights. And we've got ourselves pawn storms on an opposite side castling. Very exciting stuff. And then we have our Vienna game. And this was very interesting. See right here, I'm used to like f4, the Vienna gambit, or bishop c4. I'm not used to the d4 line. Very interesting. So Well, white has a center pawn, black gets 3 pieces developed. And then opposite side castling. And then queen gets attacked, queen gets attacked. This is actually an indirect threat on the queen, right? Because this, yeah, that d5 moves an indirect threat, which is why the queen gets out of that e-file. And then another threat on the queen. And then the queen says, fine, let's just trade. And then black plays queen to f6. And we're waiting to see what Kirk Gazarian has to say. Black's pieces seem to be arranged in a way where they could definitely be targeted. Just because they're spread out, they aren't coordinated. I like white's piece placement better. Opposite side castling, big time pawn storm. Right now you might be saying, but look at all the white pieces that are out. But black's going to have a really powerful bishop anytime. Bishop incoming. This bishop has just a beautiful diagonal. Beautiful diagonal. This is exactly what you want to do. And if your opponent does something like that, what you want to maybe respond with is get your own bishop. So then you're having this conversation about the a8 to h1 diagonal. And that conversation's separate from the conversation about opposite side castling and pawn storm. So there's going to be two conversations occurring simultaneously in the same chess game. That could be exciting. I like that kind of chess. Chess is in fact a conversation. Every time a strong master makes a move, they're telling you something. What we're trying to do here is decipher what they're saying. I remember the actress who was in The Queen's Gambit was interviewed and said that chess is like a choreographed dance, because she's a ballerina, classically trained dancer, and she was absolutely right. Huh. So, I mean, this bishop's doing an important job right now, but if it were to move out of the way, then white would have a very powerful battery on the d-file. I think f4 might get played. It grabs a bunch of space and hits one of these targets. And if you play f4, if you try running back to knight g6, I mean, then more things can get hit. Then white, no, they wouldn't want to play g4 right away. I'm calculating. Complicated, but f4 just like seems very natural right now, doesn't it? Doesn't it seem like a very natural move? I think so. So we'll see, and we should be seeing a move soon in all these games, because this is G90. This is G90 with a 30-second increment, so it moves at a pretty good clip. This one, you know, it amazes me how long, how much time David Birksey's used here. I think he's using too much time on a relatively simple maneuver. He's of course looking deeper than I am, but you can't use this much time early, otherwise you get yourself into that time trouble that he's already experienced in this tournament. And then we're expecting bishops to be having a conversation as well on the long diagonal. So just waiting for the moves, see if my predictions are at all correct. Yeah, that Vienna line, I am very unfamiliar with the particular way that we saw the Vienna get played tonight. Normally you would see like the bishop f4, or the I'm sorry, bishop c4, or the pawn to f4, Vienna gambit, or just the regular Vienna. That d4 move, that was something else. Something else. It's the kind of line that I could see myself really enjoying, because it seems kind of it seems like a blitz opening. It seems like a speed chess opening. Maybe it lacks a little bit of soundness, but it has a lot of early tactics. What do you guys think? Would you play the Vienna that way? So again, how we got here, just so you see what I'm saying. This is weird. That's a weird move. I'm used to seeing this or this. Those are the moves I'm used to seeing. Normally you aren't giving up this pawn when your knight's on c3, because it forces a queen recapture, and then your queen's attacked. And then your queen gets kicked around a lot, but I'm just drawn to the opening, this line. Fascinating stuff, especially at this level. You don't normally see my family's having a good time in the other room, it sounds like. That's good. Family movie night. Taking a little calculation break myself, just quietly mulling over the possibilities that I see in this line. I keep thinking it's like Friday night or something. Getting the days of the week mixed up. It's only Wednesday. It feels like Friday. I've been doing so much chess this week. It just totally feels like Friday. Waiting for David Berkes to make a move. And it looks like we had a move played here. Let's see what's... Did we get the bishop conversation? Yep. Here it is. So the two... Now we've got this dynamic of the pawn storm. Opposite side pawn storm, very common. As well as this dynamic. The two bishops staring each other down. This is a fun and interesting game. But unfortunately for Joshua Daniel Ruiz Castillo is the fact that, look, he's getting in the danger zone for time. And we aren't even to move 20 yet. So he's not getting, if you're new to these broadcasts, he is not getting any extra time. There's no extra at move 40. You know, you don't hit a new, I'm losing my mind. You don't, and time control. Instead, it's just 90 minutes with a 30-second increment the whole way. So falling behind on the clock by an hour, that's very dangerous in the early going. Up. And he plays h4. So, I mean, Black wants to get this knight involved at some point, but it is actually helping to defend as well, right? We might just see like stuff that looks like straight out of little kid chess class, right? Where the pawns, you know, are just racing down. It's such an easy strategy to go along with the pawn storm on opposite wings. It's a very simple strategy, yet effective. Opposite side castling. So I noticed that I have 109 viewers right now, which is fantastic. Thank you so much. I would like to hit 50 followers tonight if possible. I've got 45 followers officially on Twitch, so if you're checking it out, give me a follow. And then you'll be first to know when I do broadcasts like this in the near future. We live in the golden age of chess. Chess and the information age have created this golden age of chess. I think what we're seeing. So we you know, there was the romantic era of chess where you had the Paul Morphys and the Blackburns and such, the Adolf Andersons, and there's the classical era of chess. The Capablancas and the Laskers and the Aliakins. Then there is the hyper-modern, right? And now we are in the golden age. I name this the golden age. We have so much information and so much talent popping up all over the planet. And regions like Northern California, if you work together, if your main organizers can work together on some projects, some magical things can happen. Players can get their titles, and that's very exciting for a region. For to be producing a whole bunch of FIDE masters, international masters, and grandmasters. It's very exciting. This is how we do it. This is how we do it in the Bay Area. The golden age of chess. Both these are getting a little low on time. I expect f4. It just seems to be a move screaming to be played. Sometimes moves just are asking to be played. And I don't know what, David Berkes is really taking his time here. Really taking his time. I don't know why he's taking so much at this particular juncture. We're only 10 moves. There it is. Yeah, only 10 moves in. Okay, so knight's going to take, and then knight's going to go to c6, attacking the queen, and then the queen's probably going to go to a4, pinning the knight to the king. Then the king's going to castle, right? So, I mean, all of this could have been played maybe like half hour ago at least. Knight c6, attack the queen. Queen goes to a4. And black castles. White will have to be a little careful about castling because of this. Black has a dark bishop, and the f-pawn has been scooted up. So I'm starting to like black's position. I'm starting to like black's position. So even though David Berkes is down on time, I would rather be down on time with that much time on the clock in this kind of position than be white with the extra time. Because black's moves just seem very, very natural. White has to be careful, very careful, because they've scooted the f-pawn early, which creates a big problem. Okay, and so then I'm thinking queen a5, castle. There, of course, are other things that could queen a4 and then castle is kind of what I'm thinking. Alternatively, if we're afraid of castling because of that dark bishop being one of the reasons, we could just take it with our knight. We could do that as well. Interesting stuff. I hope you're enjoying tonight's broadcast. My name is Chris Torres. I am a purveyor, what do you call it? I'm a fly on the wall oftentimes in Northern California. I get to watch all this chess history occur. And it is just so exciting. Over the years, I've watched so many players just grow up and turn into the players they are now. The Sam Shanklins, the Daniel Naroditskis, the Sam Sevians, the Hans Niemanns, all these guys. I remember seeing them as little kids. So, and then even to these kids we have now, the Josiah Stearmans, Christopher Yu's not playing here. He's in Reykjavik, Iceland right now. Grandmaster Christopher Yu is following in the footsteps of Bobby Fischer. Best of skill to Christopher. Reykjavik, Iceland. It's an interesting place. I mean, they have those geysers, volcanic geysers, and just incredible chess legacy there. We've had a lot of Hungarian chess players come to Northern California for these events and other things. Hungary is is very strong chess-wise, very, very strong, and they have a lot of talent. Of course, the Polgar sisters came from Hungary. After Bobby Fischer played Boris Spassky and got himself into a little bit of trouble, he went or in fact, after he the second time, I was going to say, but Let's not get into that. I don't want to get into politics and whatnot. But after Fisher left the chess scene for a bit, he was actually living with the Polgars in Hungary. Interesting stuff. This is where, as the story goes, Chess 960, which was originally called Fisher Random Chess, was invented, and he came up with the Fisher chess clock to go with it. So he was important in coming up with the idea of adding increments to allow chess to be played at faster time controls, and randomizing the starting positions. These are contributions that we're just starting to realize how wonderful they are. But again, they've taken his name off the clocks and the variation of chess, but they were originally Bobby Fischer's ideas as a way to make chess more appealing. He caused a boom. He caused an entire chess boom in the United States. In 1972, a whole bunch of players started playing chess. I'm not old enough to remember. I wasn't even alive then. But a lot of players started playing chess because of Bobby Fischer. The chess match was on evening TV. There was a recap. Shelby Lyman was doing the show, and Bobby Fischer went on the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson and did these little puzzles really fast. You can find the clip. They're a puzzle with like 9 numbers in a spot for a tenth, so you can mix up the numbers in any way, and then you slide the number tiles to put them in numerical order. And Bobby Fischer was ridiculously fast. He enjoyed doing those. Had an incredibly high IQ. I never met Bobby Fischer. He's one of the ones I never did meet. But I have been friends with many people who spent a lot of time with Bobby Fischer, so I get a lot of secondhand information directly from that secondhand source. Wow. Wow. So f4 was played. And then bishop takes c3. This is problematic because now bishop takes c3, which allows this knight now to take on f4. But doing some hard calculation real fast. This is interesting. This is interesting. I have to say it seems to favor white just a little bit. It seems to be favoring white, just with what I'm visualizing. You know that this bishop takes c3 seems quite logical, but knight takes c3 does as well. The bishop takes c3 obviously is pinning the knight to the queen, to other things potentially. But the knight takes c3 is also very powerful. The knight on c3 can be potentially going to move to d5 and then down here to c7, right? I mean, Yeah. Bishop takes c3 makes a lot of sense. But if you were black, if you were Austin May, you had to be prepared for both. You had to be prepared for both ideas. And that's hard. And then knight takes f4 is played. And then again, I'm expecting knight takes f4 because it allows this bishop to come out, but then this gets here and says check. This is interesting. When it's all said and done, interesting. Okay, so maybe knight takes f4 and then queen takes f4. You could play rook d2, blocking that check momentarily. And then this knight's in the way of this rook getting to e4. And so white is left with the center pawn. And this seems to be a piece of trouble. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. Let me turn the slideshow back. That's not the slideshow. Let me turn the slideshow back on so you can see what these players look like. And then after I'm done tonight, I need to fix dailychessmusings.com because my blog is a little confused. It has some of the wrong pictures, wrong players, maybe wrong other things. I think I was copying and pasting a little too fast. Let's see what we got going here. Okay, so the two bishops, we're having the dual conversations. There's this big point of contention, whose pawn storm is going to prevail. And then there's the two bishops fighting for this one long diagonal, very powerful diagonal. And then black gets their queen out to support their bishop, makes sense. And now, I think I was saying that black wants to get their knight in the game so their rooks are unified. But that knight was actually helping to defend as well. So knight d6 is played. And then knight c6. What? What? If pawn takes, then you lose a knight. You lose a knight. See, it's a discovered attack. It's a double attack, in fact. A discovered double attack. I didn't see that coming in all these calculations. That move comes as a surprise to me. So you might see bishop takes and then rook takes, momentarily pinning the bishop to the queen. You might see that. And with that, I'm going to take a little break, pour myself a little coffee, raise the energy level just a little bit in the room. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, All those who want to learn chess are welcome here. Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musings free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simuls, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need some for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. Looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you gotta check out our wood sets and boards right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when. When I was in high school, I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters, and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE Futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the EAT Foundation? What's the EAT Foundation? The EAT Foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the EAT Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the EAT Foundation does. The EAT Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the EAT Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community.
Okay, I am back, ladies and gentlemen. Who am I? My name is Chris Torres. This is Daily Chess Musings. Tonight I am broadcasting an event of high caliber chess event being played live in San Jose, California. And let's get right back to it. And Michael, I see that you followed. Thank you. Michael 13 just gained another follower. Wonderful. All right, so clarity is going to be achieved in this position soon between Kirk and Austin May, because things are getting exchanged. White's after knight takes, queen takes, check, and then moving the king out of the way, or blocking, White's still going to have a queen and rook stacked in the open file, and a bishop on the long diagonal. All they have to do then is get their other bishop out, and I'm going to be really liking White's position. So it looks like Black may be getting some counter punches with the capture followed by the check and this and that, but I'm starting to see some clarity here, and it's less confusing, less chaotic, and it looks like White's coming out with a nice little advantage. All right, and then over here, let's see what we missed in Eric Lee versus David Berkes. So we were expecting knight c6. That was played. And then queen a4. Nope, queen went to d1. Okay. So I was expecting queen a4. Momentarily putting it, it's kind of like you do in the Scandinavian or the center game. momentarily getting on the same diagonal as your opponent's king. And then black would castle out of there. But regardless, I mean, your queen would still be on a semi-open 4th rank. We always hear about open files, but, you know, open ranks can be very useful too. It means your queen can jump to the other side of the board in a moment's notice. But not from d1. Not from d1. And then bishop e5. Okay, so what is bishop e5 doing? Well, first of all, it's very actively placed. You gotta like how active this bishop is. It's pinning the pawn on b2. And it also means that this knight has a hard time maybe coming back. It's out here, it's a possible target. And then you gotta remember there's this this queen a5 check. So you start getting the queen a5 check in combination with this bishop on this diagonal. And white's got a couple things to worry about. And then let us head on over. Now this was the Cobra variation. Let's take a look. So we had a French Sicilian, and then it transitions kind of into a Sicilian 4 knights. Everything black's done makes total sense. What white's done is a little risky because you're moving the knight multiple times in the opening and taking up a square that maybe your bishop would like to be on, or another piece. And that knight could easily be a target. But the idea is your knight and bishop are influencing these squares, controlling these squares. Now black starts their pawn storm with their castle on the opposite side. Black starts their pawn storm first. But this g4 is a really cool move. So black may have started their pawn storm first, but white's pawn's actually further along. So b5, now they're caught up. But then g5, attacking the knight. Knight's got to move. Queen drops back. It'll be able to support the bishop nicely here, plus it's in the same file as your opponent's king. b4. And then here's this fun stuff. Black gets the bishop on the long, beautiful diagonal, so white gets their bishop on a long, beautiful diagonal. It happens to be the same one, right? So we've got the dynamic of the pawn storm race, and then we've got the serious conversation happening about the big diagonal, the a8 to h1 diagonal, queen b6, and yeah, there's that knight c6 move that I wasn't expecting. So that caught me a little off guard. And now suddenly white has moved to playing in the center. See, their rook left this area, and they've stacked their rooks in the center. But their knight is under attack. Interesting. Very, very interesting stuff. I'll muse about this a little bit more, and then I will make a prediction. Bishop e5 with the threat of queen a5, combining nicely on those dark squares. And then back here is this crazy Vanna game. I call it crazy because I'm not familiar with that move. I may start playing it. I may start playing it myself. You may see it soon, chess students, because I've been considering a lot of extra options that weren't played in this game. And while I was doing that, rook d2 was played instead of king b1. Okay, knight c6. So here we go. Here's what I was talking about, where white's pieces seem better organized, right? White's almost completely done. So might we see taking the pawn here? That costs time. What about bishop d3 right now? Problem is then bishop e6. I see. And then if you take the pawn, then maybe they get here, and that could be dangerous. This one's rather sharp as well. So we are seeing very exciting, interesting chess from you know, some of the young talent in our region, Northern California, versus an international field. EXD5. Let's see what do we got here. This was the Nimzo Indian. This yeah. See, Nimzo Indian right here with the F3. Big time, you know, a lot of different ways that things could go there. With all that extra tension. Then we saw Knight C6, Queen D1 is, yeah, that was the move that surprises me. I didn't predict that. Bishop E5. And then EXD5, again, another move that I wouldn't have predicted. It takes time. And it doesn't develop a piece. I'd have been more inclined to play Bishop G5 myself there, get another piece in the game. This is gutsy. It takes the same amount of time to capture that pawn as it does to develop a piece. And let's see, is black going to take with their queen or their knight? Surely one of the two, we would think. Let me erase some of these arrows. I messed up my arrows again. You take with the knight, because otherwise this can move back and threaten your queen again, I think. No, because if you... yeah, because then you're threatening... Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Let me show you what the players look like right now. There you go. That's what the players look like. Let me show you what it is that we are looking at as well, and that is web browser. We are looking at an organization that scheduled to organize these tournaments. It's called Mission 360. And it's founded by two guys who were in high school. FIDE Master Kevin Pan and FIDE Master Eric Lee. And now they've got a really, really impressive young man, Josiah Stearman, as a board member and an advisor. Very impressive. So what they're doing is just simply amazing. Now, of course, they need some back-end support. They're getting all the back-end support they need from Bay Area Chess. Bay Area Chess is our best affiliate and in the area. And Bay Area Chess works closely with Cal Chess and our Cal Chess president, Tom Langland, who has said hi a couple times. He's watching the broadcast, but he can't hear. So he's watching, but he can't hear because he's live at the site right now. He can't have the volume up. He needs to keep his ears open as a FIDE arbiter as well, because you know, when things come to pass and players earn titles, he's the guy who signs off on it. It's a very serious responsibility, which he takes very seriously. So that is what we are looking at. You know, there's one I forgot though. Let me, before, good, we're still here. So, how could I forget to give Jim Eade and his foundation a shout out? The Eade Foundation. They're supporting this tournament. They have made a donation to support this tournament. It costs a lot to bring players in from all over the world so that you can earn these norm titles. But he's also sending chess equipment and supporting coaches in Nicaragua, Colombia, Niger, Zambia, Uganda. They're building a school in Uganda, a chess school, Tanzania, South Africa, Lebanon, and Bhutan. And the list is growing. Jim Eade does not take any money for administrative costs. 100% of all donations to the Eade Foundation goes to these causes. And the cause is spreading literacy, chess literacy, and promoting chess excellence around the world. And while doing that, fostering a chess community. And then I, of course, am Daily Chess Musings. I'm Chris Torres, the guy who started this Daily Chess Musings site. And all those who want to play chess are welcome here. And all those who want to share and learn about chess are welcome here. I'm a correspondence chess master. I'm also the Cal Chess Journal editor, so I would be watching this tournament anyways. I'm also the Cal Chess Scholastic coordinator, so I watched all these kids grow up into the young adults they are now, and I'd be watching this anyways. I decided, hey, I'll share with you guys while I'm doing it. All right, so back to the games. But you can't get this kind of thing happening without everybody coming together. I was expecting Queen h5, right? Because remember, this bishop was just like beautifully placed. Then you got this knight pinned momentarily with already 3 attackers on it. We attack pinned pieces because they can't move. If you go around organizing an attack against a non-pinned piece, well, that non-pinned piece will just move, and then you'll look silly. So we try and attack pinned pieces, and this piece is double attacked but not pinned yet, so it's kind of a reverse order of normal. But I'm expecting queen to a5 maybe, or you know what? Oh my goodness, why am I only looking at one side of the board? Why am I looking at? There's queen h4. Hello, Chris. Queen h4, and this is very powerful because f3 has been played, and the bishop's controlling g3. So in fact, black has 2 very nice queen moves. Would you rather pin a knight and try and win some material and fork a king and rook potentially with your bishop? Do that kind of fork thing? Normally, yes. But if given the chance to have some kind of devastating mating attack, I gotta believe that David Berkes is going to play queen h4 any moment. Get ready. This is going to be exciting. Tell your friends the fireworks are about to start. The fireworks are about to start. Friends, tell... The fireworks are about to start. What just... Queen takes e4 is what white played? I think that just loses to rook e2. We're going to see decisive moves on 2 boards. What did I just miss? Really? Really? Doesn't rook e2 just win? Where's this queen going to go? If it moves, it's back rank mate. You get one chance. I mean, white's still got a good position, but you don't want to give your opponent extra breathing room, extra chances. So even let's see, yeah, even chess masters, FIDE masters, everybody misses tactics occasionally. That looked like a relatively, that was like a tactic you would see in the puzzle section on chess.com. Here's we're expecting queen h4. Queen a5 would be good as well, but I was only looking at one side of the board at first and felt foolish because you always got to analyze your checks, captures, followed by threats. And then over here, a lot has happened. A lot has happened. What? My goodness, what? So white pivoted back to the center. They've got some advancement of their pawns toward, possibly disrupting black's castle king, but they pivoted back toward the center and have beautiful, beautiful piece coordination in the center of the board. The black queen targets a2 right off the bat, right? And e2. It's a nice fork, actually. It's a nice fork, actually. Queen takes a2. Uh-oh, black's going to win, maybe. But the queen comes in. To save the day? No, not really, because queen a1, check. Uh-oh. We're going to have all decisive games tonight. We're going to have all, this is my prediction, all three of the games we're following are going to be won or lost, which is great for those players who are trying to get their norms. This is what they need. Drawing doesn't help you get norms. Winning, you got to win a bunch of games. You got to have an impressive score against a very high ranking field. All right, so we are up to 46 followers. The fireworks are about to start. Can you get me to 50 followers? 50 followers? These games are going to be finishing in, I want to say by 10 p.m. Pacific time. Within 3 hours of when they started, all these games are going to be concluded, I believe. This is amazing, amazing turn of events. Things were exciting. The opening choices, the Vienna game, the Nimzo Indian, the line we saw, very interesting Nimzo Indian, and the with a lot of arguing over space in the center. I really liked it. A lot of possibilities. And then the Cobra variation in the Sicilian Four Knights. So, I mean, the players chose risky lines, and it looks like we're going to have all results. Every game is going to be either won or lost. So we got a lot of people. We got a lot of people watching. Not a lot of people chatting. Do you want to say hi? Do you have something you want to ask? Tom Langland, FIDE Arbiter, is in chat. He is in the chat room. Time situations as well. Remember, there's no extra time control. This Vienna game, this is going to be a new opening for me. I learned, I never would have considered playing d4 in the Vienna. I never. I've played the other two kinds of Vienna. So I learned something and wow. Wow, just such a, and why, yeah. I mean, bishops are just really nicely placed. White wants to avoid trading queens, first of all, because they have a very good attack. So get the queen into a good attacking location and then activate the rook. My name is Chris Torres, Correspondence Chess Master, longtime chess coach in the Northern California area. I've known a lot of these players since they were little, and it's fun having them play against David Berkes from Hungary and Ruiz Castillo from Colombia. I mean, this is fun. I must admit that I got a little fatigued. I taught a lot of chess lessons today, and then doing a live broadcast. It's not easy, but I'd be watching it anyways. But I got myself some coffee, and we are good. So he tried it. This is interesting. He tried it. This rookie e2 thing again, but now see the bishop can step in the way. See, a moment ago, when the queen was up here, this is when it would have been devastating. End of game right there. So Kirk Gazarian, he missed the killer tactic, and you don't want to do that against Austin May. Austin May can come back. I mean, these things come back and get you. Rosalia. More.
Fishy's spelling on it.
I know. More coffee, please.
Okay.
Rosalia's feeding the fish. I enjoy cichlids. They are beautiful, smart, freshwater fish, and they're very hardy and inexpensive, and just make great aquarium fish. So I have three. If you hear some fluid noises, ambient fluid noises, those are the waterfalls in the fish tanks. It's like a beautiful fish tank is like a nature's painting, right? It's just fantastic. What I try and do too is not do too much weird ornamental stuff, but really create like little ponds or lakes from where the particular kinds of fish that I have would actually be found in the wild. Sometime I'll show my my tanks. I mean, it's not really anything hugely to brag about, but it is a little bit of enjoyment. It's a hobby. You got some reptiles, huh? I've tried, I ventured into turtle stuff, and it's difficult. It's difficult. Yeah, well, cichlids are a good way to start. Uncle Kevdog, he says I'm scared to get fish. Seems like not much of a margin for error. Cichlids, you want to get like a bigger tank, whatever you can afford, and then what you do is borrow some water from another aquarium. That way you have some good bacteria. When some friend's doing a water change, use some of that water to start off the ecosystem in your new tank, and then let that cycle. Maybe put another kind of fish in there, maybe a beta for a bit or something. Take it out, and then put the cichlid in, and you should be good. Don't get anything too exotic like a discus, or just get a regular cichlid fish at your local pet store. A couple few bucks. They grow big and they are smart. Just fun. Yeah, discus are tricky and really shy. They're fragile and they're really shy. So your dad got like the hardest kind of cichlid around. One of them. There are most other forms of cichlids are very very hearty fish. I'm going to Santa Clara for a couple days. My fish will be okay. I'll feed them before I go. Feed them when I come back. They'll be fine. A lot of other fish you can't do this kind of thing with. If you aren't like big into changing your water all the time and all this stuff, if your life's very busy, cichlids are a good choice. They can live in less than healthy water and still do fine. I mean, you want to try and create the healthiest environment possible, but yeah. Okay, so the queen, I said that, yeah, the queen was going to move to avoid trading, creates the threat of checkmate. Black stops that, and now this rook is should be, you know, coming into the game, and I believe where it wants to go is to coordinate with its friend. Stack 2 rooks. It must be tough right now for Gazarian, because I'm sure that he has realized now that he missed an easy win. And now he needs to try and stay cool. Not let that frustrate him. How many of us have gotten frustrated, playing chess, knowing we should have won, and then we make a mistake because we lack the patience. We're internally frustrated. So Queen H4 was indeed played. There it is, check. Not Queen A5, but Queen H4 check. G3 was played. The bishop taking on G3 doesn't work because there is a knight that can take back. Otherwise, bishop takes G3 would work. But look, knight takes C3. So how can this knight be over here and over there simultaneously? It can't. It can't. So then pawn takes, and now the queen comes back over here, and now we have this threat of the c3 pawn, the fork of the king and rook, all that stuff. So if you're white, you probably want to get your rook off a1, like right now. The action is furious. Like I said, the fireworks were about to start. All right, so this is where we left. And this knight goes back, threatening the rook. Where can the rook go? That's beautiful. That's beautiful. See, white was hoping to go back and have a repeat. But black said, nope, nope. And now your rook is in trouble. You're down the exchange. Now the black queen goes to c5, was it? And then pawn to e5. Oh my goodness. Check out the clock, ladies and gentlemen. Joshua Daniel Ruiz Castillo is in trouble, not just on the chessboard, but also in terms of real time on his chess clock. This is something. If you're new to this channel, I love this time control because it is so eventful. It's so exciting. 1:43. Let's check the other clocks real fast. We'll get right back. 7:54 for David, but he's in. David's going to be okay, I imagine. And then yeah. So let's keep it on the one with the. There's Leonid Unison and Bryce Teaglon got a draw. So now we know. Remember, that was not broadcast until now. But let's stay here. 1:44. 46 versus 1:44. High tension situation. Balaji's doing exactly what Balaji should be doing, which is taking his time to play the best move possible. Don't try and rush when your opponent's in time trouble. They're the one in time trouble. You have to be careful. If you were rushing, you might make a big mistake involving the bishop being on the same diagonal as your rook and the knight having a potential check. I mean, These are ingredients for disaster. So even though Balaji is ahead by 2 points in material, it could shift. A mistake and it changes everything. One mistake. So you have to take your time. And you have the 45 minutes. And let's see. So he castles. He deals with it the other way. I was thinking of moving the rook, but castling works the same. It takes half the fork away, right? So maybe black should take a moment and castle too. This pawn's not going anywhere. And indeed, that's what they do. Let me turn on the tournament slideshow so you can watch see what the players look like. It's interesting that I only see 4 boards tonight when it's supposed to be a 10-player round robin. Also interesting is my evening coffee, which I don't normally drink coffee in the evening. Made me feel a little warm. A little warm. That's an interesting effect of caffeine. Oftentimes coffee has the reverse effect. It makes you feel a little cool. It's probably just the excitement of the chess games, honestly. This is tough. You're ahead by 2 points, but a wrong move could be disaster. And knight goes to b6. And yep. See, this is interesting. This is interesting. Notice this knight can move out of the way with check. Unleashing the bishop on the rook. But it is black's move right now. High drama, low time. High drama, low time. What more could you ask for from the 3rd in a row? This is the 3rd Grandmaster International Norm Tournament held in just like the past 15 days or so. It's amazing. Never before in my recollection, and I know a lot about California chess history. Never before has this occurred. And it's being created by 2 high school guys. Mission 360, Kevin Pan, Eric Lee. Being given support from Bay Area Chess, our powerhouse organization in the area. And then Cal Chess, Tom Langland. Fide Arbiter Extraordinaire. 2 minutes for Ruiz Castillo. Balaji's taking his time, as he should. He steps out of the check. See, now his king cannot be checked from the knight. That was a good choice. That was a good choice. White doesn't have enough time to do, like a h4. I was just going to say, he doesn't have enough time. He doesn't have enough time. Not the time on his clock. He doesn't have enough moves. He needs like two and a half moves in a row. This should not work. But gutsy play. Black is ahead by 2 points. But no easy trades to be made. No easy trades, right? You want to trade when you're ahead? No easy trades. This is tough. Got ourselves a Grandmaster. Why does it say FIDE Master when it's a Grandmaster? It says GM right there versus IM. Happening live right now from San Jose, California. If you are tuning in, this is the kind of shows you expect from this channel. Give me a follow. I like watching top level chess. I like sharing it. And there's going to be a lot more of this to come. There's a lot of things happening in Northern California. So much so that this weekend I can't do both. I'm going to be at the Santa Clara Convention Center analyzing games. Analyzing games for kindergarten through 8th graders. Knight c4. Whoa. Okay, this knight is now dangerously close, and it's backward attacking the rook. Beautiful. So it moves forward toward the king while attacking the rook. I don't think you can worry about moving the rook. You just don't have time. I think you just got to scoot forward. Scoot the pawns forward. So if you get h6 played, certainly they would not want to try and play g6, because then you're going to bring your queen to f4, and then, yeah, and we all know this pattern, right? This is stuff that if you're a chess player, you're used to seeing. You're just not used to seeing it at this level. So I think Grandmaster Ruiz Castillo is going to be willing to lose his rook to the knight in exchange to get closer to delivering the checkmate. So he's going to fall further behind even in material. And he's down to 43 seconds. This is real time, ladies and gentlemen. Real time. He gets 30 seconds added per move. But he's now officially living on the increment. It doesn't get any better than this. Like I said, I made the prediction that the games will finish about 10 p.m. And I told you, like 15 minutes ago, tell your friend, oh, look, 4 seconds. Tell your friends the fireworks are about to begin. He backs his rook off. I thought he must have done the serious calculations, because it'll be interesting to put this game through the machines and whatnot later on, right? Test out a whole bunch of different possibilities. Balaji's ahead by 2 points, but way back in the day we talked about the here, let me back up. So we started with a Sicilian French and then a Scorpion variation of the Sicilian Two Knights, and then we got into this interesting Pawn Storm, opposite side castle, very typical. But then we also added the extra factor of the bishops fighting for the big diagonal. And so as the as play continued, white pivoted back toward the center, and I thought that was very inspiring, but then there was a problem. The problem was a fork. A basic fork, right? That was the big problem. That's how things got so decidedly imbalanced. And let's get right back to where we are now, because oh man. Oh man. This is something. This is incredibly complicated. Incredibly complicated. But I think the answer lies in playing knight takes e5, which threatens this knight and opens up the possibility for the queen-rook battery to deliver checkmate on c2. So knight takes e5. You're getting two things out of the way. See, there's two knights in the way. Let me draw this arrow a little clearer. I'll draw it from the queen instead, so it makes better sense that way. Yeah, you're moving one while threatening the. There it is. Knight takes e5, and now I think Balaji is going to win this game. It got really tense. Really, really tense. These pawns got really close. And remember, Balaji's just stepping to the side to avoid the check from the knight. This is a classic. This was a classic. Game over. Game over. Wow. Wow. Super impressive. Congratulations, Balaji. That was a big, big, important win. And thrilling. That was a very exciting game. Now we are looking at Eric Lee versus David Berkes. David does good in deep time trouble. But Eric is a guy who keeps impressing me more and more. Black's king is entirely safe. White's king, and not so much. This pawn on c3. Remember I said leave the pawn on c3. It's not going anywhere? Yeah. It's still there. It's about not to be anymore, though. It's about not to be. Let's check in on board 1. And Austin May has fought his way back into this. So Kirk Gazarian, let's go back. Kirk Gazarian played a, well, let me go a little slower for those of you who don't think and spend 16 hours a day doing chess. It was a weird Vienna game, one that I'm not familiar with. The queen gets kicked around a lot. And then we got to, where were we? Yes, right here. Right here, ladies and gentlemen. White could have won with one move. One move. And missed it. He developed with a threat instead of solving the tactical puzzle. See, rook e2 threatens the queen. The queen cannot leave the rank without checkmate, back rank mate. And now, Austin May, who is given a second chance at life. This is, we're even material. Both sides have 2 pawn islands. One side has 3 on 2, the other side has 2 on 3. And then white has the bishop pair. So the big advantage is the bishop pair versus bishop knight. That is an advantage, not a winning advantage. So, my goodness. Kirk must be feeling sick. He must be feeling sick. Missing that. That is brutal. Chess is a brutal game. It happens to everybody. And hopefully he brushes this off. Regardless of the outcome of this game, hopefully he brushes this off and has a great remainder of the tournament. Because missing a tactic can happen to anybody. If you play chess, it's a possibility. But yeah, Kirk had that one. He had a very nice tactic. Would have been game winning. Easy to see when you're sitting, comfortably in your office watching a screen versus sitting there in the heat of battle. David Berkses has about 2 minutes. Eric Lee has 21. It is 10 p.m. Pacific time here on the West Coast. This is live. Got 177 viewers right now, and I have 46 followers. I'm going to be back tomorrow morning after I figure out the schedule and do another round tomorrow morning. So you want to follow. And Numb Thumbs followed me. Thank you. Thank you. And Javmigs followed me 49 minutes ago. Michael 50 minutes ago. 48 followers. We're closing in on the big 50. That's exciting. It's exciting for this new channel. My YouTube channel has just under 2,000. I've actually gotten over 2,000 and dropped and done it again and dropped. Hopefully by reaching, engaging, I'm starting to really enjoy Twitch and then reposting the stuff on YouTube. And like I said, I'd be watching this anyway, so just sharing a lot of cool content like this, my channels grow. The community grows. It's the first step in being part of Daily Chess Musings community. We have a chess club, also free on chess.com, with a lot of fun events. Check it out. David Berkses has 1:36. He gets 36 added every time he makes a move. It's a 30-second increment, but it's not, that's not very comfortable. But his position is. The only thing, that lacks a little bit in his position is the fact that this bishop is able to be pinned where it is in front of the queen. Other than that, his position is very easy to play. His king is very safe. His pawn structures are healthy. His pieces are coordinated. So he could play this position quickly. You are seeing live Grandmaster Chess live from the West Coast. My name is Chris Torres. I'm a correspondence chess master. I am also a chess teacher, the Cal Chess editor for the Cal Chess Journal, and the Scholastic coordinator. So I do, everything Cal Chess Scholastics, meaning youth chess. So I've watched so many great players grow up through our region over the years. Many of them are now household names because of streaming. Hans Niemann, I remember that guy as a little guy. And Daniel Naroditsky, same thing. Sam Sevian. And Christopher Yu. The list goes on and on. Sam Shankland. I mean, it just goes on and on. We have an awesome region. A lot of talent in the Bay Area. David Berkses is down to a minute. Uncle Kev Dog put up a dapperly dressed gentleman in a suit. Thanks for the compliment on my hat. Yeah, this is my chess hat. When I was a kid, they would say the teacher would. There was a thing said, "Put on your thinking caps." Right? This is my thinking cap. I'm actually not bald. Some people think I am. No, I got a full head of hair. It's just my thinking cap. When I put that on, I am ready to be cerebral. But yeah, thanks for the compliment. Funny thing was that Jim Eade has like almost the same hat, slightly different color. So if you're a fan of this channel, you've seen James Eade. I don't know what the style is, like a page boy or I don't know what the style of hat is called. I should probably get at some point get just a couple different ones. Some color variety, right? That might be nice. But yeah, generally you'll see me with one of these and one of these. Hawaiian shirt and the hat. So, for example, if you're going to be in the South Bay this coming weekend, I'm going to be at Santa Clara Convention Center. You'll spot me right away. You'll spot me right away. Okay, so stepped out of the pin. Remember I said the one problem was that the bishop could be pinned to the queen, and he's stepped out of that. I mean, he's got the two pawns are moving forward against the one pawn. 2 minus 1 equals 1 passed pawn. So white's king's in a lot of danger. Trading pieces though wouldn't help, because then you get into an endgame where there's two outside pawns versus a pawn. David's only up by 1 point material, but it's not all about material, right? Look at how nicely his pieces are coordinated. And king safety, way more important than material. But Eric Lee is very impressive. Very, very impressive. Let's see if we got to the 50 yet. We're at 48. How about 2 more followers? If you haven't hit the follow button yet, do it. I'll be back on tomorrow. I don't know the time because I got a little mixed up with the players and the schedule. I got to fix my website, my Daily Chess Musings website. It needs some editing. As soon as I finish, I will do that. I think I was like copying an image and then had the image attributed, and then I was like copying a post. I was trying to get things done really fast before I went live, and I somehow messed up the field. So I've got like pictures of different people that are actually there in the thumbnail, but the tournament says it's the second tournament when this is the third tournament, but on the thumbnail it says third. I don't know. I honestly don't know how I did it. I inverted a couple things when I was doing things, and the order of operations, and yeah. Still 48 followers. Give me 2 more followers. Let's hit 50 tonight. And then we can keep growing from there tomorrow. Queen B3, huh? Okay. So Eric Lee is pinning. He's interesting. Interesting. And then maybe, you know, see, this is defended once by the queen, defended, yeah. And the bishop's pinned and attacked. I think you just play b4 here, and you just get your passed pawn, and it's going to be supported, but supported from the bishop. It's a bishop-pawn symbiotic relationship. And yeah, so I expect b4, but there's 38 seconds. It's top-notch chess at night. $13 seconds. That is the real clock. Okay. I thought I saw something just change in the Twitch window. I don't know. Interesting. Thought I saw. David Berkes has 33 seconds. Eric Lee, but a better position. Eric Lee has 16 minutes. This is over. That is a draw. And here we are back. Remember when Gazarian had the chance to win and missed it? Now he's... Let's see. This is a nice spot for this knight. That is a good location. Not so simple now at all. Let's see what's changed since we last got here. So, I mean, again, the groups of pawns counteract each other. And a bishop-knight versus bishop-bishop. Slight favor to the bishop-bishop. But that knight is in a good location. And the only way to get it off there would be trading your bishop pair away to stop that. And so I don't think, since it's white's only advantage, so I think his bishop needs to move. Because otherwise knight takes the bishop and the last advantage is gone. But saying it needs to move, I mean, it doesn't have a lot of good squares. Can't go here, can't go there, can't go there. Can't go there because we get trapped. So if it goes up, it's subject to attack from a discovery if the knight moves, which leaves basically just e2 or f1. Austin May is tough. David Berkes has the self-supported pass pawn here, the bishop-pawn symbiotic relationship. One defends the other, defends the other. That's kind of a long-term advantage, right? I mean, nothing's budging that for the time being. Black's king is safe. But it's not so easy to push through. It's not so easy. You don't want to have to use a queen to blockade a pass pawn, but hey, it's doing what it needs to do right now. This is high drama. This is just high drama. So rook f to d2. Queen's got to move. 53 seconds. Where's the best spot? You got your long-term advantage. It's not going anywhere. Your queen's got to go someplace. And then you got to push forward. It might take place down the a file, actually. You might get like a rook on a8 and a queen on a6 and start pushing forward that way, just to move the queen and then scoot then maybe you can get the pawn in. Okay. Oh man. That is a little faster than what I was suggesting, and that works as well. Yep, there goes the queen. Nothing's blockading the pawn anymore. Now this rook's got to move. You don't want to trade any more material than you have to, because this pawn gets worse and worse for you. It's a real pleasure to watch a grandmaster teach us in an endgame like this. It just really is in real time. As I said before, we are living in the golden age of chess right now. We read about, we study the games of the Romantic era, the Morphys, the Blackburns. We study the classical era chess masters Lasker and Capablanca. Steinitz, of course, kind of bridged Romantic to classical. The hypermodern school. And now we're in the golden age. Nobody's named this era of chess, but it is because of the information age and chess being ubiquitous. It's everywhere. People everywhere can play. You don't have to 16 seconds. You don't have to live in an urban, a special city with a storied chess club. You can take part in chess anywhere. You don't need to have a special book or chess library. Oh my goodness. Oh, he took it down. 3 seconds. And you can watch high-level, top-notch chess live on the Daily Chess Musing's Twitch channel. It's interesting how almost, the lockdown almost killed chess, and now we've risen from the ashes like a phoenix, especially in Northern California. Okay. Eric's doing everything he can to stop the progress. This pawn cannot move because you lose material. Is Black going to have to use their king to advance this pawn, even with all these pieces? I mean, how? Oh my. Apparently not. So this looks like the correct way of going about it. So you want to not you want to trade as little material as possible if you're white. So you can use a piece to blockade the pawn. Or two. But this pawn is so far advanced in a rook and pawn endgame, this is trouble. This king's too far removed. Extra rook comes off the board. That's trouble. "38 seconds, that's trouble." But I mean, a player of David Berksey's skill level can play this in his sleep. He's the only one playing for a win. The only way he could lose is if he accidentally oversteps on his clock. So first and foremost, he needs to make sure that isn't going to happen. But he is the one playing for a win. Yeah, two ways. Overstep on your clock or blunder your rook. Just avoid those two things. Eric needs to blockade that pawn, but the problem is if you blockade it right now, then rook says check. Then forced exchange of rooks, pawns here, pawns there, and black has a queen. So what you do in this situation is you say check and then get your rook behind the passed pawn. That's how you do it. Keep the yeah, no four-letter words, please. No thumbs. Thank you for the compliment. But yeah, I know your intention wasn't to yeah, but this is a family show, even though it's late night. So rook goes up and around. No worries, man. You're good. So we've got a few hundred viewers and 48 followers. I'm going to be back tomorrow morning, but I don't know if it's 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. I'm forgetting the round time. So easiest, and I'm not even, it's not. It would be brilliant if I did this, as a ploy to get you to follow. It's not. I messed up when I was putting things on my blog. This is the third of these tournaments in like 15 days. So I just got confused. I will be back at some point tomorrow in the AM to look at round 2. This is just round 1. So Eric's thinking deep. Let us take a look back at Kirk versus Austin. And remember, Kirk had a win in this game. Automatic win. He's ahead by 1 point in material currently, and has the bishop pair. Let's see what happened while we were gone. All right, so okay. Knight goes to try and get rid of the bishop pair. Bishop moves. Other bishop comes out. Pawn falls. Knight says check, but knight on the rim are grim. King moves up. Knight has to go back. King moves up again. These advances of the king are quite important in this kind of endgame. Now white's king is closer to the center than black's king is. Closer to the action, more active. And check it out. Black's king has a real hard time getting in because of white's pieces. So in effect, white is playing this endgame up a piece. He's got an extra king. Kirk maybe pushing for a win again. So again, white's pieces are keeping black's king out of the endgame. That's interesting. The way you know the squares the rook and bishop are controlling are doing that. Whereas white has a king in the endgame. So not only is it a bishop pair versus a bishop knight, but it's a king versus no king. Fascinating. All right, so we saw rook says check, rook slides over. Rooks belong behind passed pawns no matter whose pawns they are. Now it's just one step away. One step is so close, but it can't move forward. It cannot. And this rook doesn't have time to step forward because the king's over here. So close. One square away. But see, this is why a rook behind a passed pawn is perfect. If black's rook was where white's rook is, they'd be in business, obviously. But white's rook is in the perfect position. Four minutes on both sides of the clock. Complicated endgame. Two FIDE masters. They are both wanting to get IM norms. In order to get the IM norms, you have to win. Are you guys having a good time tonight? I am having a good time. This is fun. This is what I live for. This is my kind of entertainment. No drama like chess drama. Down to 3 minutes. Both sides are going to be feeling that time crunch. Kirk has advantages because he's got the bishop pair, an extra pawn, and in effect an extra piece, his king in the endgame. But progress is tough. This is very nice bump in the road that black has constructed here. Progress is very tough. The knight goes back, threatening the bishop. And also keeping it from being an exchange of rooks. But see, the threat of the bishop's important because if the bishop, okay. See, the bishop leaves and now the king enters. See what Austin's doing here? It makes sense. That's, in fact, and it happened instantaneously. He's figured out the problem. His main problem, his biggest problem, bigger than being a pawn down, bigger than bishop versus bishop knight, is the fact that his opponent's king is active and his was stuck. He's still not active though, because there is a line in the sand, right? White's rook controls the d file. This is very, very dangerous. This king being this far advanced means a5 is playable. He made a little improvement. He got his king a little closer. He's going to need to figure out a way to do that again. Otherwise, this is not looking good. Not looking good for black. Okay, knight just goes back. I don't think you trade off your bishop here. I'm pretty sure you do not. Maybe, nope, definitely not that, because this is attacked. Never mind that thought. If you move your rook out of the d file, then you might be opening the door for black's king to get over. Although, black's king is glued to f7 because of this bishop. So that means you can actually use your rook. What is the best arrangement of these three pieces? This is tough. You definitely, if you're gonna trade a bishop at any point, it's probably better your light bishop than your dark bishop because the. Okay, so here he attacks the bishop, and now if bishop e6, he could play bishop takes e6. Are we going to see bishop e6? And if we do, I'm expecting bishop e6. Are we going to see bishop takes e6 or rook f4 defending it again? I don't know. I don't know. This is tough. Advantage white, but and probably winning advantage with perfect play. But these are real chess players. It is really 10:32 at night. They have really been going at it for 3.5 hours, and they have very little time on their clock. But this could go for a very long time because there's just 30 seconds added every time a move's made. I don't think it's going to go another 40 moves, but it could. The stress levels are extreme on these players right now. All right, and then back over here. Remember, this pawn is just one square away. David Berksey's under a minute, trying to figure it out. Trying to figure it out under a minute. Players have been playing for 3 hours, 34 minutes. I started my session right on time. It was a fast rush. I did some chess teaching. I had a great lesson with a young student named Ari today, and some other students as well. And then had to do a Target run real fast. That was exciting too, because they actually have baseball cards. I haven't seen baseball cards in Target in a very long time. I like baseball. Baseball fan. Has a lot of stories like chess does. So I picked up a couple packs and have some chill time at some point after this weekend. I'm all work until like Tuesday of next week. Then I think on Tuesday maybe I only have 3 private lessons. So I'll have some downtime. Open up some packs of cards. Even old cards are fine. Sometimes I get these silly things that are just like repackaged things and a bunch of old cards, and I can tell my kids stories while we're going through them. One of those repackaged card things, I shouldn't laugh, but I mean, I got like it was like 60 cards in a repackaged thing from Walgreens, and like 12 or 13 of them were incarcerated. So I was like going through the players, telling them about this guy and what happened to this guy, and then yeah, story after story. It was a weird box. It's very uncommon. Baseball opening day. Soon. What, April 7th and 8th, right? That's tomorrow. Today in some places. If you're on the East Coast, today is opening day. One square away and stopped. You got to study your rook and pawn endgames. Rook and pawns are the most common. The reason is your rooks get in the game last. They're in the back rank. They're usually unified, right? And you start with 2. They're in the corners. You start with 2. So there's a high likelihood you have one left over, right? Of all the pieces, yeah, it's quite common to have a rook left over at the end. And you start the game with 8 pawns. So it's also quite common to have a few pawns left over. So rook and pawn endgames. When you're studying endgames, you start with checkmates, the basic checkmates, right? The king and pawn, and then the rook and pawn. If you don't know that stuff really, really well, spend some time doing it. You'll be glad you did. It's time better spent than if you don't know that stuff inside out. If you aren't expert in rook and pawn endgames, it's time better spent than memorizing variations of the Nimzo Indian or the Scorpion variation of the Sicilian Four Knights or any of this other stuff. And don't feel bad if you consider yourself a weak endgame player. There's perfectly good reason for that. Every time you play a game of chess, you play an opening. But sometimes the game finishes in the opening. Oftentimes it finishes in the middle game. And so you get the least amount of practice in endgame scenarios, and also the opening unless you're playing Fisher Random or Chess 960. We talked about that earlier. The opening starts the same every time. Same arrangement. Endgames are harder to study. But there are tricks. There are tricks to studying, to getting really good at endgames. And soon on my channel, it's on my to-do list, coming up by summer, I'm going to be sharing a lot of these tricks. They aren't secrets, they're tricks. I don't have a secret. You know, there's no secrets in chess. Just one square away, but the rook's behind it. And check out this rook. It keeps the pawn from moving forward. And I mean, just look at the importance of this one rook. Black's rook's pretty good too, by the way. It keeps white's king from moving over and defends, right? So both sides have as good of rook placements as they can get. I mean, clearly black would prefer to have a rook where white's rook is, but seeming that can't happen. Black's rook's in a good location. Are you enjoying the broadcast tonight? This is live chess. Fantasies asks me, do you consider that chess increases your IQ? That's a tough question. First of all, I am not a expert in, you know, psychology and measuring intelligence. What I can tell you is I think that chess keeps your brain in good working order. Any sort of problem solving, you know, if you're doing like the Wordle, or you're doing any sorts of puzzles, this stuff. Thanks. Yeah, I should at some point incorporate some tunes. You're right. You're absolutely right. But yeah, chess keeps your brain in good working order. It practices problem solving. And what is life if not a long sequence of problems that need to be solved, and risks that need to be evaluated? Chess is great for practicing all of this. Interesting. We had a couple quick moves there, and let me... Alright, so... was that a mistake? I mean... because it allows check, and now the king's going to have to go back this way to g3. And then... trying to figure out how to get black's king to where it needs to go, and this seems quite impossible. He's trying. He's moving over there. So black's king wants to, you know, get over here, engage with the rook, and then start trying to move down, right? It's a long journey. "28 seconds. Nice to have you aboard, Fantasies. go ahead and give us a follow. If you're chatting, you might as well give us a follow too, right? Help me get to 50. Let's make it happen. All right, so you can't do a trade of rooks because I mean obviously that's just going to go in. So what you do is you're going to move your rook as far away from this king as possible while staying behind this pawn. Right? Also, you know, from here it's taking away the ability for black to check. Yeah, rook b4 would also be a possibility. But yeah, you got to keep the rook behind the pawn. And then black's going to move their rook, same thing. So what we're going to see is both rooks are going to move over there, and then the kings are going to approach. And we're going to see it happen fast, because look at the clocks. And we're going to see fast action here as well. What's happened since we left. Trying to keep up with these two endgames is mentally exhausting. All right, these are all right. So okay, so what white did was exchange their light bishop, keeping the dark bishop because the targets are on the dark squares, right? This shuts down stuff over there. Check. Scooting forward. This is a really pretty bishop. Just really pretty. If bishop takes c5, then pawn has to take, and this is a pass pawn. And you got connected pass pawns too. You got a friend and a rook that can get behind. This is over. This is over. Bishop takes knight. Will he play it this time? We're like, yep, he did. All right, so king takes c5. You can lose some rook pawns here because yours are further up. Yours are further up the board. You're closer to the goal. We're going to see this this game finish very shortly. Let's look at the other one real fast. 2 games left going. Seeing some really good. Remember, I was talking about the importance of endgames. This is a real-time masterclass in endgames. This is why we live in the golden age of chess. The ability to see stuff like this. It used to be that there were secrets in chess. I was just saying, there are tricks, but there aren't secrets. It used to be that there was. You had to be part of a good library. No, this is being held. This is being held at Bay Area Chess Headquarters on Concourse Drive in San Jose, California. It's being held right now. The players are sitting at the board. It's happening right now, live, on real chessboards, DGT chessboards, connected with the clocks, the DGT clocks. IMF Pawn is in the house. Hello, Michael. Nice to have you on board. So the time you were seeing is real. Michael Eigner, one of the finest teachers in the Northern California region. affectionately known to a lot of his fans as F-Pawn because of his enjoyment of starting a game with the F-Pawn. I tell a lot of the young students I teach, don't move Freddy early. It creates, a weakness on that diagonal towards your king. Maybe on the other one too, then you can't castle. And yeah, that's a problem. Are we up to 40? Nope, we're still at 48. I thought. But thank you for the follow, Strider. I appreciate that. Let's get up to 50 maybe. Yeah, very cool. I live in San Francisco, but only got into chess this past year. I'm trying to find out a bit more about it. I know there's a Mechanics Institute over here, but nothing else. Oh, there's chess all over the place. Chess all over the place in Northern California. Go ahead and send me if you want, you can send me a dailychessmusings@gmail.com. Dailychessmusings@gmail.com. And I can just ask you a couple questions about what, evenings you have off, what days you have off in your work schedule, this and that, and just take a quick look at the Cal Chess calendar. We looked at Cal Chess earlier. Just Northern California is fantastic. Literally, if you don't live here right now, like that other chatter does, yeah, shoot me an email, Missing No. If you don't live here, come visit. You can have a chess vacation in Northern California quite easy. If you want to, easier than say anywhere else, I think. Some people would argue New York or this or that. But man, New York's not having 3 IMGM norm tournaments within like 15 days. What's in your aquarium? Somebody asked me. Bunch of cichlids. I got 3 different aquariums, different kinds of cichlids. In South American and African. I have 2 different tanks, and then one for fish that aren't doing so good in the other ones when they need to get separated. And Gazarian is going to take this one to the bank. Let's check in on the other one because we were, two games were approaching. And David Berksey's, he ends up scoring the victory. His king is going to be able to get down and support the pawn. The rook is going to be able to scoot it in. If you want to know more about these kind of things, it's the Philidor and Luciana positions, right? You can they have good lessons on those 2 rook and pawn endgames just on the Wikipedia. You can go check that out. Final game of the evening. And then Arcane Doctrine. I reached 50 followers. Wonderful. Wonderful. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Like I said, I'd be watching these things happen anyways, but it's just it's a pleasure to share with you guys. Just beautiful stuff. We saw some good endgame technique this evening. Specifically, rook and pawn endgames. The most important kind to get good at, because you're going to end up with a lot of rook and pawn endgames. Rooks belong behind passed pawns, regardless of who they are. If it's it doesn't matter if it's your pawn, your opponent's pass. Your rook getting behind it. It's very helpful. in whatever, if you're trying to score it or if you're trying to stop it. I'm going to play the slideshow for you right now while we finish so you see what these players look like. One last time. Remember, I'm going to be back tomorrow morning at some time for the next round, whatever time that is. I messed up putting the schedule into my blog. And so right after I finish this broadcast, I got to get over and do that. In Arcane Doctrine, yeah, knowing how to checkmate with bishop pair is important. Absolutely. In fact, one of the ones that usually isn't important, we saw in use in the second tournament. Round 7 of the last tournament, we saw the bishop knight checkmate. Yeah, so if you don't know them already, do yourself a favor. Go check out the Philidor and Luciana positions on, there are many sources, but Wikipedia is surprisingly good. Again, we live in the golden age of chess. So much information available. Wikipedia is surprisingly good. So there's another big tip. And practice them on the board. Make sure you just understand it. All right, so there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Let me before we go, let me first of all hang on. Let me say again how impressed I am with Mission 360 for making this possible. Mission 360 was founded by 2 FIDE masters, young guys. Kevin Pan, there he is. There's his mom, super nice lady. Kevin Pan's only 16. Eric Lee is only 14. These guys are young, and man, they've made this happen. And now they've got Josiah Stearman as a board member advisor. That guy is graduating UC Berkeley in applied mathematics at like age 20 while he earned all 3 of his IM norms while doing that. I mean, crazy amount of intellectual firepower these guys have. And they have the secret recipe. They've discovered it to running really exciting events that offer FIDE norm opportunities. If you want to take part in one of their events, there's information here. You can go to their webpage, mission360foryou.org. Even if you aren't that caliber of chess player, consider making a donation or volunteering. Volunteering would be cool, let me tell you. You can notate. They needed people to notate for Leonid Udison because he's not. He's strictly follows Jewish law, so he can't notate chess games on Friday evenings and Saturdays. Stuff like that. You could be notating for the living legend Leonid Udison. A candidate for a world championship, a guy who played on the Soviet Olympiad teams. Leonid Udison. You could be notating for him right at this tournament. Plus a bunch of other volunteer opportunities. So even if you aren't wealthy but you want to be part of the chess community, contact mission360foryou.org. You'll be glad you did. And of course, two young guys like this, a lot of dreams get stopped when young people don't get supported. Bay Area Chess is transforming lives through chess. They're supporting these 2 young guys and their dreams. And we should support Bay Area Chess. Easy to do. The easiest way to support Bay Area Chess is to just support their tournaments and activities. So find out more about Bay Area Chess. Like I said, you want to come on a chess vacation sometime, send me an email, dailychessmusings@gmail.com. Let me know stuff. like when you might be coming, and I can let you know a whole bunch of different events. If there's always something happening. If there isn't, we can always run something. Northern California is the place you want to be for chess. I mean, we are living in the golden age of chess, and this is ground zero for that movement. And then calchess.org, where would we be without Tom Langland? Fide arbiter extraordinaire. I don't know how he can do it all. I just don't. He's see, I can't even be doing too many. I have so many different obligations and this and that. And Tom, he's running like most of these big tournaments. The FIDE Norm tournaments he's running, the state Scholastic State Championships he's running. The guy is the busiest guy in California chess. And I just awesome. And the way this is all happening is because people like Jim Eade and his foundation donate to help cover the expenses of Mission 360 to run these tournaments. So what you see here, what you see in Northern California, what you are seeing in Northern California is a community of chess players working together. After the great shutdown of 2020, the great chess shutdown, we could have went two different directions. Chess could have never been the same as it was. We used to have 1,000-something kids at the state championships every year, and this and that. I mean, we were a vibrant region. It could have taken decades, if not longer, to get back to where we were. Instead, we're reaching even higher right now. Together, we're working together. So wherever you are, whatever region you're in, you likely have a state chess affiliate. You likely have other foundations and scholastic organizations and chess tournament directors and organizers. The trick is they just got to learn to get along, and awesome things can happen. Having said that, I just want to thank everybody for tuning in and remind you I will be back tomorrow morning at some time. It may be 10, it may be 11. I need to go and fix my webpage. Arcane Doctrine, were we going to do one of these things you were talking about where we finish our broadcast by rating someone else? Are you still here, Arcane? Can you make that happen? We have 175 viewers. I think we should go bump up somebody else's numbers if possible. Arcane Doctrine says he's not sure how that works. Interesting. Okay, well, you've got some homework to do. Arcane Doctrine is my first mod on this channel. The streamer has to do it. It's like an exclamator. Choose a chess streamer of your choice. Well, who's broadcasting right now? Let me go take a quick look on. See who's going. Let me hang on. Switching windows. And then you do a raid username, and that's it. All right, hang on. Any suggestions? Anybody who's in the chat want to suggest who we should raid right now? It sounds like fun. A fun kind of helpful mischief, right? Let's see. Who should we... Let me see. Click home. People are looking right now. That's great. Anybody from my area running right now? Is Daniel Naroditsky up and going? Chuck Moulton is very good. Is he up and going right now? Seems like a good No, Daniel probably does, but I mean, he's a big name, right? Let's see. Let's go ahead and send, sure, Chuck Moulton. Never heard of him. Let's send him some love. So what I'm going to try and do is, let's see, I type, bear with me here, I don't know what I'm doing. So I type /raid space username. Okay. And then we're going to go to, let me find out how we spell his name just to make sure. Moulton. Okay. Boom. Did that work? It says it's a invalid username. Oh, it has to have an @ before the username. Ah. All right. So let's try this again. Like I said, bear with me. Never done this before. And then I got to fix my webpage. dailychessmusings.com. Got to fix it. It is looking raid at. Chuck Moulton. And let's see, did that work? Invalid username again. Did I? Okay, well, Chuck Moulton doesn't seem to be working. Who should we raid? Let's see. Let me. We got 153 viewers. We can send some love to somebody. I'll give it one more shot. I'm spelling it the way he was, right? Oh, never mind. I'm not. I'm not. I think he spelled it with 2 O's up above and then... Alright. Alright. Yeah. I'm there. Syntax is important. Reminds me of back in the day with programming and stuff. There we go. Let's try that. Did that work? Invalid username. Okay. Well, I tried it 3 times. We'll get it right tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. I got to run and fix my web page. See you later, guys. Remember to go check out dailychessmusings.com. All right? You'll be glad you did. So long, everybody. See you tomorrow morning.